Hello, hello. So I've taken some time in between sessions, and I've made my to-do list significantly more robust. It only had maybe 2 or 3 entries at the start of last session. I went down and actually straight up wrote down the things that are still on my mind and at present unsolved. Things that seem like they could be actionable at the very least. And now my entries are more like, how many is that? Somewhere between 10 to 15. There's a lot. There's a lot for me to keep an eye out for. So, Skiafluff, that is a great question. How deep into the game am I? How does one quantify how deep they are into blueprints? Because I have no idea. I have no idea how do I quantify that. I will say, I have not made it to the antechamber. I've been to rooms adjacent to the antechamber a couple of times. So I have not cracked the case of how do I actually get into the antechamber. But we do have the one greenhouse thread that kind of implies an entry point. That's about all I know in terms of actually getting in to the antechamber. Is I'm gonna need a room with a lever, and the only room I've seen with a lever so far is the broken lever in the greenhouse. So that's where that sits. And I can probably provide more detail once we actually get into the game itself, because you can look at my permanent unlocks in my status menu. I think that will help as well. Because I have gotten several permanent upgrades, both in terms of what I start the day with, but also some upgrade discs for different draftable blueprints. So here's what I've got right now. My foundation is square in the center of the map. That's just how it happened to be. I've got the West Gate path unlocked, Gemstone Cavern, Apple Orchard, and Black Bridge Grotto. Those are all opened up. I have a nice tidy sum of allowance with 7 of them here. 18 stars so far. I've definitely been good about drafting the observatory when it comes up. And last time we did find a couple of extra floor plans with the tunnel and the conservatory. I have not drafted either of them yet, but those are options that I have available to me now. And as far as the directory, I can quickly go through and just show I'm missing rooms 7 and 8. I'm missing room 19, room 30, and room 39, and of course, antechamber and room 46. So I've been to most of the proper directory rooms that have actual numbers to them. I have not been to all the bedrooms. I've seen all the hallways. I do have one hallway that's been upgrade disked. I've been to most of the green rooms, most of the shops, and almost all of the red rooms. The only one I haven't been to, but I have seen it many times in the drafting pool, I have not been to the furnace. I do know that is a room that I have not been to, so I do know what goes in that final slot. I've been to all the outer rooms, and goodness gracious, the tomb is quite heavily loaded with importance. I haven't gotten very far in the tomb yet, but I have found the secondary area, the catacombs. I have been down there, so I have some idea of what's going on down there, but I haven't been able to do too much with it. As far as classrooms, I've only gotten up to grade 2 so far. Ah, yes, the tomb is of grave importance. Very well said. We did get the time vault, the time locked safe in the shelter. We got that opened. And then the other red letter we've gotten was from the boudoir. Aside from that, I have also activated Willy Wonka's glass elevator over there. And we have been down there. I've seen the chessboard, and that's kind of what my primary focus is going to be today, is to try and see if I can do anything with the knowledge I've gained around chess pieces. Because I also went back in my footage of my previous sessions and tried to track down any other chess pieces I had seen in rooms I drafted. So I have a pretty decent idea. I can at least try putting one chess piece down, matching each of the rooms that I draft that have one. The main thing will just be drafting rooms that have all the pieces. And, you know, there's, like I mentioned, I have a whole slew of other to-do list items here. So we'll see how that all pans out. Yeah, last time was also my first time not only using a contraption, but also reaching the pump room. That pump room is going to be very important. I just have to figure out, I have to learn how to use it. Ultimately, this is just a matter of doing enough runs to be able to see everything that I need to see. It is quite a lot, but I'm enjoying the process. This has been a lot of fun. Part of me wonders, like, I want to keep my discoveries on the stream, but I do feel like there are some things that I could do in between that aren't necessarily discovery, but things like trying to draft laboratories and then get higher allowance amounts just to make buying things like the more expensive bookstore items or showroom items much easier. So things like that, I figure I could probably do those in between sessions on the stream. I'm going to do the shelter right now because I do want to see if I can get the furnace this time around. I also am fully aware that I am likely not playing this game quote-unquote optimally. I'm definitely not drafting with absolute peak efficiency, but that's part of the experience. So I'm not too worried about doing things correctly. because there's just so many different threads to... There's so many threads to follow. Don't worry, you'll be peak efficient by hour 1400. Yeah, it's feeling like that kind of game. It's definitely feeling like that. The other thing is, too, I really shouldn't be too worried about that because just the last session, I found 2 hugely important floor plans that can completely change the game at a fundamental level. Being able to just cut straight through in a straight line, basically guaranteed once you get the first tunnel. And being able to adjust the rarity of rooms manually, which we did get a little taste of with the wrench last time. Yeah, there's things like that where it's like, maybe I should not worry about being efficient, because who knows what other efficiencies I may unlock at a later point. And sooner than I may think. And probably things I would not have even dreamed could be possible. So what I'm gonna do, let me go over to where I have all my chess pieces. Because the main one that's gonna be tricky, and I imagine this is probably to match up with just how common the chess pieces themselves are. There's gonna be a couple of chess pieces that are a little bit tricky to really properly get. Or at least the odds of getting them all together are going to be less than I may prefer. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, would you look at that? Let's see, is this door locked, first of all? I think I'm gonna grab the nook here, because then I'll use the key for the trunk. Ooh, nice coinage there. Also a key hiding over there. Thank you very much. Then we can grab another key here. Coin on the floor. I feel like I only see the random coins and keys on the floor when I have the metal detector. And I'm not going to say anything with absolute certainty in this game, because a lot of the rules are, implied, but never given explicit boundaries, never explicit stated boundaries. But I get the feeling, anecdotally so far, it seems like those little random coin and key placements have only shown up so far when I have the metal detector. Oh, wait. Watering can, hello. I'm gonna have to remember that that's there and see the next time I draft the room if that's a consistent spawn or not. Hey, there's that furnace. I was looking for you. I haven't been in here yet, so let me get my notes ready, because boy howdy, you know I've got my notes ready. I've tried my best to write the important stuff down as much as I could find and notice. I'm up to 25 pages in this document right now, and that's just the proper organized notes, not the miscellaneous sort of scratch paper notepad that I have also on hand. Does thou have plants to water? That is an excellent question. I haven't come across anything yet. I haven't had much time to really wander around with a watering can that actually has water in it. Because I think last time we were looking at the Architect's Guide Volume 4, that said something about the watering can. When you enter a green room, it translates one water unit to one gem is the conversion rate. I don't remember the exact specifics off the top of my head, but I could dig around in my blueprints pictures archive full of, what is this, like 20 folders right now? Something like that. Just for each room that I came across, I have my screenshots organized. So that would have been the library. Architectural Digest Volume 4. We have tool tips. Not that one. Where is... I feel like I may have seen it somewhere. I don't remember where I found that information exactly, but it's somewhere. I have that idea at the very least. I got that notion from somewhere in this process. Oh, hello. Lock-picking kit. Okay. Okay. Well, this room's a whole bundle of fun. It's got a vent. I wonder if that has any link to, well, any functional link to the boiler room. Huh, I wonder. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Brain's putting some pieces together. Okay, hold on. Let me go to red rooms in my notes here. Create a section for the furnace. Let's see, I remember it causes dead ends to be more common when drafting. And then vent implies possible link to boiler room plus freezer. I'm thinking we might be able to do something with that if we link this up. If we link this up to the boiler room and that can feed to the freezer, the extra heat from the furnace might be useful. Maybe. Something to think about. Oh, hello. Watering can.
Connect all the danger rooms.
We gotta connect all the danger rooms. Watering can? Sure, I'll try it. Would you look at that? It is that way. Wonderful. Theory confirmed. Oh yeah, the courtyard's a green room too. Sure. I mean, is there any reason I wouldn't do that right now? I do love me a good hallway, but we could do kitchen. Let's save hallway for later. Yeah, I know I should get the bulletin board and the red string, and we could get... We're gonna need all sorts of colors of string. Just get a color of string for each of the colors they mention in the grade 1 classroom. Add morning room to today's draft pool. I think I would like to potentially try that at some point. I am very tempted to hold on to coins though, because if I do draft a library, I'm hoping for a bookstore and that I can get more of the books, because those books have been very enlightening so far, and I see much potential in the remaining purchases. All right, give me the parlor game. I love me a good parlor game. And hey, car keys, we're just getting all sorts of good stuff here. I probably shouldn't say things like that, because then the game is going to wreak havoc upon me at the next possible opportunity. Hello, Kyo. Welcome on in. How you doing? All right, parlor time. The gems are in the black box. This statement is of no help at all. Of course it isn't. Why would it ever be? This statement is of no help at all. The thing is, it's a statement, so it's either true or false. It's gonna be really funny if this statement is of help, right? What is that emote? Is that Germa? Oh boy. This box and the blue box are both false? Well, obviously that can't be true, right? Because if it's true, then it contradicts itself automatically.
All boxes lie.
That's not how the parlor game works. They categorically cannot all lie. They can't do that. That's not how it works. That's against the rules. Oh boy. This box and the blue box are both false. Well, here's the thing. If this is true, then it contradicts itself immediately. So this one has to be false, which means that this box and the blue box are not both false, which means that only this box is false. And that would mean that because they're not both false, the gems are in the black box because the blue box is true. And yes, truly, this statement is of no help at all. There you go. See, it's fine. Everything's fine. I can't draft the laboratory because then we'll have nowhere to go. I wish I could draft it because I like the laboratory. But we gotta go through the chapel. Okay. I did notice one thing. Well, I noticed a couple things. When I was looking back through the footage and trying to take note of where chess pieces are located, I did see very fittingly we have the bishop in the chapel. I feel like that's very fitting and appropriate. I thought that was very clever. I also noticed these candlesticks. You remember the ones we lit up in the tomb? These are the same kind. So the next time we come in here and we have the burning glass, we're gonna have to check those out. The odds of me getting a burning glass are questionable, but at the very least, it is something I noticed. Boy, I sure am glad that I'm yeah, I'm recording all of this, right? And doing these streams and things like that. Being able to look back at the footage has been so helpful in so many cases. I've been doing it basically after every stream. Yeah, I see Skia just staring intently. It must be such an interesting experience to, like, I've only just started experiencing that for myself. I've only just begun experiencing that for myself, where it's like, I've played through this knowledge-based game and now it's time for me to watch somebody else play through it for the first time. I've only ever really done that once. And it's for Outer Wilds, because Outer Wild was incredible and amazing and I love it now and forever. I think I'm gonna do that West Wing Hall. Most of the playthrough I watched was very endgame. I have approximate knowledge of some things. I mean, that could still be kind of interesting. There is that potential to be. Ooh, You know, I haven't actually gotten the benefit of Hallway Closet with its proper upgrade before. Laboratory is tempting, though. Let's grab these. Actually, what does the rabbit's foot? Oh, greater chance of finding items. Yeah, I don't see that very often, so I had to double check. Shovel also might come in handy. Question is, do I backtrack all the way to the courtyard and the furnace just to dig those spots up? It's like, I don't know. We do have the kitchen. I could buy more steps to kind of offset the travel cost. I know enough to know when you're cooking, but not enough to know the ingredients. That's fair. That is kind of an interesting perspective to have, though, because for games like this, I do really try super hard to avoid any sort of exposure prior to me playing the game, so I try to know as little about it as possible, especially in terms of specific detail. Do I want to go back? I mean, let's see what I draft next. Let me inform myself a little bit more. Well, Darkroom's not great, but that would be my final shelter. That would be my final shelter use, so I would be subjected to any other Darkrooms. Honestly, I don't think Darkroom is too bad if I've got the shelter for sure. Because I don't want to use up the ivory dye too early. So we'll draft the Darkroom. Oh. Well, that's not what you like to see. Oh, keycard. Can I see the other door? Well, it doesn't look like a key card door at the very least. Don't know if it's locked though. We've got keys, it should be fine. I think I am gonna backtrack. And go for those dig spots real quick. So it was courtyard and the furnace for sure. I know those rooms had dig spots. Oh, nice. Got a key. Aw. Found some goat food. At least if you buy into the cliches. Oh, some coins. Beautiful. That'll help offset the cost of me having to buy food. I think I just found some extra grocery money. Wonderful. And I don't think any of the other rooms usually have dig spots. The storeroom might have had one, but do I find that to be valuable enough for me to spend the steps to go there? I think I'm okay not checking. If anything, it would be one dig spot. So let's grab the bacon and eggs. I think I'll call that all right for now. I do still want to save coins for the aforementioned bookshop ideal. Oh, a gem. Not too bad. So yeah, this room was quite an interesting one. I will say, in terms of accessibility features, I don't usually feel the need to use them. Some of them are kind of nice to have. Things like having the larger cursor. It's kind of nice. But the color labels, that really helped me in this case, because I can assume, judging by the game's own rules, they call this a red memo, red typewritten memo. I understand what that means. I don't have a key card, but it's okay. I guess I'll try the lockpick kit. Cool. I'll just pick the lock and get in that way. I can't do the laboratory. I can't do that. I would rather use the passageway over the archives. It's a little early to use passageway, but ultimately...
Criminal activity.
Don't tell anyone. It's fine. This house will eventually be mine anyway. Definitely through totally legal means. All I have to do is just show them the last will and testament of Herbert Sinclair and it'll all be fine. Just so, carry on. Oh, hey, look, coat check with the key card. Do I want that right now, though? Conference room would be nice to have, and I could connect it directly to the foundation, which is not too shabby. All right, enjoy the lurk, bless. It's much appreciated. Good seeing you. You know what? I will go to the conference room. Key on the table. Any other random coins on the floor or anything like that. Oh yeah, this memo. This memo, I'm pretty sure, only exists just to be... It exists as bait. Because I only found this after I learned what red typewritten memos mean. I see another keycard panel. Not a huge fan of that. Oh yes. The classic actual code. The classic actual code, for sure. Yeah, I do. Nightbot's a little bit aggressive here. I try to keep myself PG. It's fine, it's funnier this way. It is. Don't worry, it's just a 5-digit number. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, this room has dig spots too. Sure. Nice. 1 coin. I got you $1. Oh, you're gonna have to be quicker than that. That doesn't really help me. None of these really help me. Well, that's mildly concerning. I guess we're hoping for the best. Security, that'll play. That'll play. Now I see you right here, right here. Red memos are lies. Unless written by hand, which is why I specify typewritten whenever I'm looking at the red memos. All right, real quick. How are we doing on... There's a gem somewhere. There's a gem somewhere. It's fine. We've got plenty of gems, he says with every ounce of confidence. So we're just gonna do that. Make the keycard system less aggressive. And it's totally fine. No problems here at all. Oh, hey, morning room. Plus 2 gems, and tomorrow you start with 2 gems. Nice. It's a room I haven't been to yet, so I feel like that on its own, not even including the fact that it's the only way I could keep drafting more rooms at all. I want to check this place out. And I suppose I should also read the descriptions for the rooms. But real quick, let me get my... I gotta get my notes ready. Where are you at, green rooms? There you are. Okay. Where are you in the green rooms? Right after greenhouse. Okay. Make a new section for the morning room. Why is this not bolded text? Did the other one not type as bolded either? No, that one's bold. I don't know why that one... I don't know why this one decided not to be bold text. I guess it just wasn't feeling up to it or something. Okay, morning room. Ads. Hold on, it's doing bold text now. Adds plus 2 gems. and start next day with +2 gems as well. Okay, now let me read the descriptions for these, because I did not read the one for the furnace either. The main centralized heat source for the estate. You may find yourself starting to sweat after drafting this room. Yeah, I think that pretty much confirms my suspicion that that's going to be important for the freezer room. Like, where is that at? The freezer right here. So I need this to be drafted in the same vent system as the furnace, for sure. I don't know if they have to connect through the boiler room or if I can just use the vents. But for sure, they're going to need to be connected on the same series of vent networks. So I'll keep that in mind. Actually, while I have that, I do have something in my notes here. I have a section here specifically for the freezer. I'm just going to write down possible furnace vent connection. And that's very Among Us coded talk that I'm doing right now, talking about suspicions and events. All right, morning room. The best thing to go with breakfast is a morning newspaper and a coffee. I don't know how many people read newspapers at this point. But certainly the coffee, I think, still applies. Well, upgrade disc, nice. We do have a security room right here. Here's that same arrangement of flowers. Same as the ones in the entrance hall. All right. Screenshot time, because I've learned my lesson. I'm not taking any of these pieces of paper for granted. I sort them out after the stream. Okay. Let's see, November 5th, Reddington Herald. Wow, okay, so this was literally the day before the game starts. Okay. So we did figure out the day the game actually starts on. That's how I even got the time lock safe to begin with. Let's see, the Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, mentions of blueprints, blue. I'm definitely not biased. Don't look at the color of my fur. Don't worry about it. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, the venerable Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair, passed away at the ripe age of 73 after a prolonged struggle with a heart condition that had been kept from the public eye until his final days. Esteemed as a pillar of society and renowned for his penchant for crafting puzzles, no kidding, he was a source of endless fascination to our readers over the years, not least through his popular column, Baron Bafflers, which he penned for over a decade. The particulars of the announcement of his successor yesterday has left his devoted followers with one last intrigue to ponder. The reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculation. For his niece and presumptive heir, the much beloved and lamented Mary Matthew Jones, who we might also know by the pen name of Marion Marigold, has been missing, presumed deceased for the past 6 years. Yeah, here they say it right here. Of course they do. Mrs. Jones, better known to our readers by her pen name Marion Marigold, just proves I'm paying attention, enchanted the hearts and minds of children across the realm with her literary creations, such as The Red Prince, Swim Bird, and A New Clue, which I still need to buy from the bookshop, by the way. Her disappearance remains one of the age's most tragic mysteries. With her whereabouts unknown, it was Marigold's own son, Simon P. Jones, a lad of but 14 summers. Oh, just a lad. Just a wee lad. Who was yesterday named the provisional heir to the sprawling Cinca Empire. However, this vast inheritance is accompanied by an undisclosed contractual condition. Given the Baron's well-known penchant for tests of mettle and wit, it's clear that the young heir from Reddington, distinguished in his own right as last year's County Science Fair runner-up, faces an extraordinary challenge in the coming weeks. Maybe months, possibly years, more to follow. All right. Gives a little bit more. It helps make the lore a little more concrete. I think ultimately, other than the exact date of Sinclair's passing, I think I pretty much had a handle on the lore that they included there. But still good to have in the archive just in case it comes up as something important later that I need a very specific detail or something. Now, since I'm right next to the security room, I'm wondering... I'll hold... Well, I'm right next to it. I'll just get the upgrade disc now. I keep forgetting it's its own separate thing outside of the terminal. We do that. There we go. I'm gonna do this, so in case I run out of steps later, I don't waste the upgrade disc. Ooh, storeroom. What kind of options do you have? I feel like I do remember seeing this. Yeah, I remember this is one of the examples explaining the upgrade disc in that Architectural Digest Volume 4 that we read last time. More keys, more gems, or more coins? That's an excellent question. I know there are ways to increase our allowance, so I feel like the coins are potentially... They feel like more of what I can already get through other means. But would gems or keys be more important in this case? Because ultimately, keys can kind of be worked around to a certain extent, depending on items that I'm able to get. But gems are useful in a handful of different ways. Drafting certain rooms requires gems, sometimes a whole bunch of them, like up to 3 of them I've seen so far. Mechanics like the Shrine Blessing of the Dancer. I need gems to be able to rotate the rooms. I feel like the gems might be more useful here. Because if I can get a lockpicking kit, or if I find a locksmith room, or a metal detector, then keys aren't really as big of a problem. Especially if I just happen to get lucky with keycard stuff in the security terminal. That can also help minimize the potential blockades. under the right circumstances. I feel like the gems are more... I feel like the gems are potentially the most important to get because I can control where I get them the least, I think. Having a surplus of gems is definitely less of a problem. Like the coins, I can grind out higher allowances through things like the laboratory experiments. So I'm not as worried about that. Yeah, I think the gems are going to be the way to go. I have been quite gem-centric when it comes to the upgrades I've done for the floor plans. If you notice, the parlor, I got the just straight add 1 extra gem to the prize over any of the other, over the other 2 upgrades available to me. Speaking of the laboratory, let's check it out. And I think that's the end of the run. I think that's the run right there. Unless there is a key card somewhere in this room. Is there a key card in the room with us right now? I don't see one. See, I think that is the end of this particular run. So let's see what we could possibly do with the experiment. Anything that I can actually work with? Oh, hey. Spread dirt on the driveway. What an effect. But hey, we can just add 1 gold to our allowance right now. That thing I was mentioning? This is exactly it. Each time you eat an apple, spread dirt on the driveway. I don't know. I don't like the implications of that. I think I'm just gonna get the gold to the allowance. Why not? Congratulations. We've done it. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why OBS, well, not OBS, Twitch is deciding to be rude about ads. I usually am able to get it to not do any mid-roll ads during the duration of my streams at the very least. But it looks like for some reason that didn't take today. So since that's gonna happen sometime in the next 20 minutes, and considering that some of my runs can take way longer than 20 minutes, perhaps at the end of this run I will do, what, like a 30-second? And then just run like the shortest ad I possibly can just to try and appease the marketing gods. I want to see if there was a dig spot in the storeroom since I've got nowhere else to go and I've got the steps. Well, good call on me not coming back here because there definitely was nothing. Not a one. Now, something else I did notice when I was looking through my archives. We've gotten, what is it, 3? Have I gotten 3 Elzara fortunes? Well, one of them talked about a missing item I did not take. And when I looked back on that fortune, this lantern was not present in the fortune itself. So that feels like something I want to keep an eye on, because that's the only thing that is here now that wasn't present in the fortune. So I'm curious about that. White, yellow, and violet. I don't think there's anything else for me to do on this particular day, because everything else is locked by key cards and I don't have one, which is unfortunate, because I did have a pretty decent spread of items, but oh well. 'Tis what it is. We'll call it a day, and I will take a super quick break just to go get some more water and let Twitch run an ad so that we don't get any more interrupting gameplay or anything like that, because I really don't like when that happens, so I try to do what I can to minimize it. I don't know. I guess it didn't take today. But yeah, we'll call it a day, and then I will take a super short break. We'll let Twitch get the ads out of its system. I'm gonna go get some more water, and I will be back very shortly. Hello, hello. Okay. I'm gonna try and bring my speaking volume back down again. I have a tendency to get louder when there's an AC running right behind me, as you know, could be expected. I feel like I was kind of yelling during that last session. So I will try and bring myself back down in terms of volume. Yeah, hopefully we'll be safe from ads for a little while. Because usually what I try to do is right at the start of the stream, as soon as the countdown timer starts for it, I usually run a 3-minute ad when it's just, there's nobody at the start of the stream at all. It's just right when I start. That way, it gives the most amount of time possible between me playing that ad and the next time Twitch is gonna force an ad to show up. But for one reason or another, it decided not to properly take today. I'm not sure why. It is what it is. Metal detector's nice. Wrench is also interesting. We'll see if we get much use out of that. At the very least, we'll get more coins and keys. So that'll be nice. Let's see what we've got today. I think we'll do hallway. Hallway having an extra key, that's pretty nice. That was a very nice upgrade to get. Just to have not only 2 additional doorways, but also a key. Very nice. Just a very wonderful all-in-one sort of package there. I think I'm gonna go with the parlor. I want to get... Oh, hey, there's a key. Beautiful. Oh, I don't think I've seen an apple spawn before. That's fun. I think I will eat the apple. Alright. Also, I am not the only one in the office right now, so you might hear a voice other than mine. Just so y'all know. Alright, let's see. One of the other two boxes is false. We'll open this box and find it empty. The blue box is true. Okay. So let's see. If we assume that the blue box is true, if we assume this is false, that would also mean that this is false. But that would be contradictory because then we would already know that one of the other two boxes is false because it would be the black box. So this statement has to be true. So the blue box is true. One of the other two boxes is false. You will open this box and find it empty. This has got to be the false one. So I will open this box and find it full of gems. Beautiful. Man, I don't know why I love the parlor so much. I just do. It's a lot of fun. Just like a little micro puzzle, I guess. Just very self-contained, straightforward. Well, as straightforward as a logic puzzle with escalating difficulty can be. I'm tempted to draft the veranda. I feel like the synergy with green rooms is something I probably should explore more at some point. I do like the advice of staying in the lower ranks earlier on to minimize the chance of running into too many locked doors and not having supplies to deal with them. Although, honestly, I feel like that challenge part of it, the supply part of it, is becoming less and less frequent. I am going to get another star from the observatory here. I think this is specifically the room that I looked and noticed, wait, there's a chess piece here in the corner. I need to look through all of the rooms and figure out where all the chess pieces are. Well, looks like Diamondus Major and the key. Look at those supplies. I mean, we are sitting pretty right now. And that's the thing, I feel like that's just happening more and more frequently now. So maybe I don't have to worry as much about... Like, I really need to be more adaptable, I think. It's like, I've got a good spread of items here. So I feel like I should maybe make more northward moves. See, study, this is a good reason to have gems as well. Being able to spend gems to redraw floor plans. That's super nice. You know what? I think I will. I think I will indulge. I shall partake. I will unlock this trunk. Thank you very much. Would you look at that? We got ourselves our key back, in addition to some other goodies. Okay. I have basically solved this puzzle. we're only missing the top 3 most northeastern squares. I can actually pull up here. I do specifically have... I have it all written out here. I have a handy little image. So much. I'd already been to most of the squares before I found the study for the first time, so it was mostly the upper rooms, like ranks 7 through 9. I really didn't have too much filled out for them. But yeah, we're still missing those 3 little corner squares, and that's tough because just getting up that far is already challenging. But I just haven't had rooms in the right orientation to make it up there. I also don't know what the combination for this particular safe is. I don't know that I have a date that really works for this. Because it's not 1952, is it? I think I tried that before. And I don't know that I have any other... I don't have any other specific dates in my notes or anything that would be helpful. So I still don't know what I need here. I wouldn't be surprised, however, if it had something to do with the chess puzzle, because it is not lost on me that the queen is on space D8, which, if you say it as a single word, would say date. Does make me wonder. Does make me wonder. We'll just keep on passing through. Hey, is this watering can? Is that a fixed spawn now? Is that always going to be there? If so, very useful, because that's just even more gems. I think I'm gonna go with the den. I don't want to use the passageway too early because that is super strong. That is a very, very nice thing to have in the back pocket. Let's go west. I do also love the on-screen additions that show when you've been to different rooms. So like going to the study gives you this little line of books every time you go to the drafting screen. I think that's pretty neat. Is there anything good in the commissary? There's a key on the floor. I think I'm okay on gems. I have so many gems. I am very gem rich right now. And not even necessarily because of the +2 that we started with from the morning room. That would still leave us with 10 if we didn't have that. I might pick up a shovel, honestly. Just in case we find anything useful along the way. The showroom is way too rich for my blood. The achievement for clearing out all the items in the showroom, I'm gonna have to do some serious allowance grinding to make that happen, I think. Because I don't think it's gonna happen right now. Keys for sale is nice and all, but I don't have a ton of money to spread around. I think I'm just gonna keep making more rooms that can let me go through. Hey, coupon book. Save 1 coin on each purchase. Now, if we find any other shops, that'd be useful, I suppose. West Wing Hall would let me get that corner. Want to see Ooh, servants' quarters. I haven't been in here before. As much as I'd love to do laboratory to start an experiment, I haven't been to the servants' quarters. Plus 1 key for each bedroom in your house. Well, I have 1. I don't know if this one itself will count, but I just want to see the room. Also, did I write down... I think I still have my notes on the morning room I needed to... I didn't revisit that after reading the newspaper. I'm just going to say contains newspaper regarding Herbert S. Sinclair's passing. That's about all that was really noteworthy in there as far as what I'm looking out for. Because maybe there's importance to that room that I'm just not aware of yet, aside from it being a green room. But let's see, servants' quarters. This counts as a bedroom, yes. So let me go up to the bedrooms area. And it's right after the nursery. Servants' quarters. Okay, and then plus 1 key for each bedroom. In the house. Sorry, my brain was competing with my hands to try and figure out what I wanted to type. Okay, servants' quarters. A cold, empty room devoid of ornamentation and personal effects. This suspiciously humble bedroom belonged to the Baron's personal valet, Hartley Ruota, who had unchallenged access to even the most clandestine areas of the estate. Hold on, Hartley. Hartley. I've heard that name before.
Oh, no.
Specifically in the dark room. The red typeset memo in that one image that I pointed out the color label for. It says green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. We know because of the format of the memo that that's not true though. So we can at least... I'm not going to assume the opposite, but I will say for certain that not every memo is false. Not every green memo is false. We can safely intuit that much based on the information we have at our disposal. So we've got keys hanging up on the wall. It's handy. Some random coins hanging out. I guess there's... Oh, that's why. Okay. So these are each of the rooms that would affect which keys are... like how many keys are available on the hooks. That's pretty handy. There's only 6 of them. But there's 8 bedrooms total. So I wonder... I wonder which one doesn't count. It's the master bedroom. I don't think I've been there yet. That's probably one of these 2 I'm missing. I haven't seen a master bedroom yet. The ladyship's chamber, that would be the boudoir. The guest bedroom, I think that's just bedroom in the directory. There's the nursery, the bunk room. Oh, that's the boudoir. Oh, the ladyship's chamber is another one I haven't seen yet. Because the boudoir is separate. Okay. Now that's the guest bedroom. So bedroom is just bedroom. Interesting. I wonder if I had any of those bedrooms. If I could ring these bells, perhaps, for the matching room. I'm gonna write that down as something to keep in mind. Let's see. Has a wall-mounted row of bells correlating to other bedroom floor plans. Can they be wrong? Keep that in mind. I do see a couple of writings over here. We'll look at the memo in a moment. I want to check out the official. I want to see this. There's like a letter here. I want to read this first. Let's see. Okay. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. So, new word for me, repudiations. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces. But I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours, without strings or stipulations. I had, for a time, gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. Well, what a lovely little letter. And hey, a lake house, that ain't too bad. There are 12 major keys. So I'm not going to assume that this is flat out true. But we know there's at least some chance they're not false. That's all I can intuit from this. That's all I'm willing to give it. I'm giving it a grain of salt and some documentation, and that's it. Let's see. So let me take some notes here. Contains a letter to Hartley. From Herbert Sinclair regarding his let's say cordial dismissal and bestowment of a lake house. I guess endowment would be a more accurate word. Thank you. Thank you, Open Office Writer. Helping me learn every day. Contains a green typewritten memo stating there are 12 major keys. I'll keep that in mind. I'll even give it a little section just in case I want to write down the major keys in that spot. So, is there anything else that I should glean from this room before I leave? This is definitely a green memo, for sure. Aha! Something in the rubbish bin, I see. Actually, here, let me write Hartley's last name. Okay, let's take an extra spot in the notes here. Let me take a screenshot of this so that I can make it. I can put that in the album later. Okay, Mr. Ruota. Mrs. Babbage has told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I will be gone, and I apologize in advance for the extra workload. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not a certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be any major issues while I am gone, as the difficulties we were having last month with the terminal connections seems to be resolved. If there is an emergency and you find yourself having to enter the central server site, I have set you up with a temporary admin key to allow you access to the network administrator controls. Temporary admin key. How much you want to bet they didn't change it? How much you want to bet this didn't get changed? I'm just gonna write down rubbish bin contains a letter to Hartley regarding a temporary admin key. Let's see, admin key is first 4 letters of your last name followed by first initial. And then first and 5th character. Well, that would be first and last character, basically. Or capitalized. Well, that's good to know. If you have any questions, please let me know in the next few days before my departure. Randolph. Okay, well, next time we have a chance to go out to Blackbridge Grotto, we'll definitely be taking a look at that. And since they've also, not only have they given us a way to get the temporary admin key for Hartley, this could also be something we could test out with other important names that we know of. Like, Mrs. Babbage's first name, I think it's Anne. Is it Anne Babbage? That sounds right. But we can try different combinations using that same system and see what we come up with. We could pantry and then backtrack to the den. I think, well, chapel's not too bad. I think it should be fine. 4 coins in exchange for 1. I think that is a fine trade-off. And we can just keep going through instead of having to backtrack. Let's see, well, patio is a little bit early to be spreading gems in green rooms because we'd only have 2 once it's drafted, and I don't think it counts. So that would only be the spare green room. I think I'm gonna redraw. I want something connective. I'm not getting something connective. It absolutely refuses. Try again. Oh, the books are... Oh, that makes sense. Alright, security room, that's the one. I have it commonplace. I'm gonna keep it there. I see no reason to change it. While I'm here, might as well check estate inventory. Looks clean. Gonna lighten up the keycard system's intensity. I did see the strategy of the Architectural Digest, I think, described. If you have a keycard, you might as well turn the security level up to high because that means you're more likely to come across keycard doors, which means they replace potential standard locks. And since the keycard just works for all of them, you don't have to use an individual keycard each time you come across one. That can be a good way of getting through the estate. Or at least tipping the odds in your favor. Oh, you can do it 8 times for each draft. Oh, that's really nice. I was wondering if it would be persistent. Let's see, I do like the boiler room. I think we'll go with that. Boiler room, I would like to make this more common. I'm basically just taking these rooms. Boiler room's gonna be more common. I think I made the pub room common as well. Just because these are gonna be important rooms.
Okay.
Now, I have not figured out what powering the red box does for me. Because I sure am not renting any movies anytime soon. For those who know. Might as well turn on the power. Turn on the power, please, thank you. Just needed a moment to let the steam run through. Boy, I really appreciate that they leave this room solved once you solve it. So you don't have to re-solve it every time. Very nice quality of life. Alright, we've got 7 keys in hand. This should be fine. I think passageway is actually pretty good here. This is a worthwhile use of it because look at all that ductwork. What are we looking at in there? Regular door. That's a key card door. Okay, so we've got a regular door in the north. This is a key card door on the south, so we're not doing anything with that. Okay, let's see what we draft over here. Courtyard. Courtyard could be nice.
It's for 6.
Honestly. Courtyard, maybe? Maybe? Because I don't want dark room. No real compelling reason to do that. And what can I do with the laundry room? Let me remind myself. Laundry room, what can you do?
Okay.
I can swap gems and coins, keys and gems, and keys and coins. So it is literally just transference of currencies, which I guess makes sense. I don't think I need any of that right now. Might be useful to have this if I'm going for things like the bookshop's more expensive books, to be able to just take excess keys or gems and just swap them out for coins if my coin count is kind of low. Something to consider. Something to consider, but I think I'm okay. I don't have any reason to do anything with that. Oh, another key card door. Can there be a key card in the trunk? Maybe, mayhaps. No, but I did get the key back. We can use the dig spots. Any key cards in the dig spots? Any key cards buried around here? Dang. Not even garbage. Literally just nothing. Just a pile of dirt. Just a pile of dirt. Looks like dirt. No. I don't see anything else useful for me there, so let's head north. I don't really like... Wait a minute, my books. Wait, now they're down to 5. Wait. Hold on. Why is this different now? Huh. I thought it was more books earlier. Where did they go? I had to pay more attention to that. Well, as much as I don't like archives, do I want to use corridor and push myself even further in? Archives at least has 4-wave ductwork. I'll risk it. We'll see what kind of biscuit we end up with. Which way do I want to go? Let's see what we can do over here. Well, that's not good. Well, that's categorically awful. Yes. You wanted to risk it with the archives, you say? Well, welcome to the Red Room Rumble. Here it is. The Red Room sandwich. Let's see what the filling is. Ooh, laboratory. Nice. Heck yeah. Seems good to me. Yeah, if I still hadn't solved the lever puzzle, if I hadn't solved this, now would be a time I could do that. Hello? Ah. Coin on the floor. Alright, let's see what we're up to in the laboratory today.
Hold it.
We can gain 3 gold for each red room, gain 1 key for every 2 hallways, or add 3 aquariums to the draft pool. I can't see my layout in that menu. Let's see. I only got the 2 red rooms right now. I got 3 hallways, I guess. Which benefit would be more helpful? Because I don't know about adding the aquariums to the draft pool. Well, I feel like we're okay on keys, but that's something that we're in the upper ranks that could easily change. Let me look at the trigger effects. Spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. If you draw a drawing room floor plan, that seems kind of unlikely right now. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, well, see, that's kind of the whole root of the issue right now, is that they're blocking me off. I guess spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. We can gain a key for every 2 hallways. That'd be 1 key right now, but if we draft another hallway, that'd be 2. I think we'll do that. Just for the heck of it. Let's see what we can do off of the laboratory then. Drafting studio. Hello. I did get a little bit of a hint that you existed from one of the architectural digests, I think. Select a new floor plan to permanently add to your estate's draft pool. Well, hello, yes, please, and thank you. And I also get a key, because it costs 2 gems to draft this room. Ooh, okay. New room, new notes. Where is the drafting studio in the lineup? Hey, I think that's our first full page now. Rooms 25 through 36, we've got them all. So 25, that'd be 30, right? Yep, right between pool and utility closet. Both very useful rooms for different reasons. So let's see here. Room 30. Drafting studio. Let's see, it costs 2 gems. 2 gems to draft. Select a new floor plan to permanently add to the draft pool. Anything with permanence is definitely a valuable commodity in this game of ever-changing estates. Okay, so I got the notes ready for this. Let's read the description. As an architect and engineer, it was not uncommon to find your great uncle spending the better part of his weekends here, at a drafting table with T-square and compass in hand. Over half of the floor plans of Mount Holly were conceptualized, refined, and drafted in this studio. Now, that's an oddly personalized description, specifically mentioning your great uncle, because mostly it just talks about the room itself and not necessarily a specific occupant. Interesting. I guess that just speaks to the importance of this room, huh? Whoa. It literally says day 1 right here. Oh, this I gotta take a screenshot of. What is this? Is that another code?
I sent it to him.
What is it, 3442 or something like that? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of importance to this image. All right, hold on. Calendar with Saturday, November 7, marked as day 1. Interesting. Day 1, it says. Because in my notes, I determined that Friday, November 6th was the start day, and I was able to successfully open the time lock using that information. But that's weird because it would be a day off if this is correct. I'm just gonna write that down as something to keep in mind. It's Friday, November 6th. Interesting. Let me see. It also contains some interesting, potentially important artwork. And I'm gonna say see reference image for details, because I'll categorize this in its own folder. We'll just have I have a folder for screenshots for each room that had any screenshots to take.
Oh.
Okay, so that's useful. Good to know. Now, assuming that the apples on the ground aren't part of what they're indicating numbers wise, it would be either 3, 4, 4, 2, or if you are counting the apples on the ground, it would be 4, 4, 5, 2. I don't know what the deal is leading up here. Not gonna read too much into it without proper reason. A very detailed paper model of a safe. That's the study safe. That's the study safe. Day 1. I wonder. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to write this down. Let's see. There's a diorama of the study room with, what do they call it? With a very detailed paper model of a safe. Combination is related to something in this room? Question mark. Keep that in mind. I also notice, I saw it out of the corner of my eye there, this is a room that has a pawn in it. So I'm going to write that down. This is drafting studio, has a black pawn in it. I wonder if I had the magnifying glass, if I would be able to see anything about this safe. Let me see. I'll just write down magnifying glass with a question mark over here, just to remember. potentially important stuff there. You know, there's the pawn. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh, Drafting Strategy Volume 1. Ooh. Hello, hello. The Great Hall Partitioning Plan for Wednesday, December 9th. Huh. There's a lot of dates in this room. This is a blue memo, so we can trust it. Because the note in the security room makes that clear. We do love a drafting studio. This room's got a lot going on. I figured this room would be important just for the permanent additions to floor plans to begin with. But this is beyond what I anticipated. Let's see, blue typewritten memo. Stating the Great Hall partitioning plan for Wednesday, December 9th. I suppose I should make a note that it looks like the December 9th one specifically has the center doors are the correct ones to access the actual doors themselves. The doors out of the room. Let's see, so the Great Hall doors are both in the center. Keep that in mind, okay. We've got a whole architectural digest to read. Keep that in mind. Is there anything else that I notice? I suppose we've just got the digest and a floor plan to select. So let's look at the book first. All right, drafting strategy. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Say click, take a pick for every single page. So let's see, we have the drafting spectrum, most violet dreams, indoor verdure, orange passage, golden trim, negative space, prismatic rooms, and word from the editor. You know, I mean, kind of nice to confirm the fundamentals and maybe learn something new while we're here. Who knows? Let's see. Blueprints are more than just blue. It should come as no surprise that the first color that comes to mind when speaking about blueprints is blue. And while it is true most architectural plans and designs are found on blue paper, it is not the only color on which floor plans are drafted. In fact, originally, they were not blue at all. Hundreds of years ago, the chemicals used to create floor plans caused coated paper to turn black when exposed to light. This raven hue, perhaps more fitting to the reign of Horus, was decidedly more difficult to affix an architect's revision edits to, and so blue was proposed as an ideal replacement, as it had no political ties to any other realms. Interesting diegetic reason for blueprints, huh? By the Fourth Era, all floor plans were being printed on blue paper. Over the years, the fear of political connotation deferred to innovation, and the use of colored prints eventually became popular with engineers and architects who used hues as a way to differentiate various types of buildings and rooms. Violet prints, for example, are only used when creating plans for a bedroom, while an orange floor plan will immediately inform a contractor that the print contains designs for a hallway. Honestly, color coding's not too bad of an idea. It certainly works well from a gameplay perspective. You immediately know what you're looking at. In this issue of Drafting Strategy, we will explore the different features of each type of floor plan and look at the underlying connections that tie each room to its color. Alright, bedrooms. The bedroom is often referred to as the heart of the home, and with good reason. It is the place where people can rest during a long day, where they can kick up their feet for a bit and recharge their batteries. Architects always use violet bordered floor plans for bedrooms, and the comforting purple hues encountered while drafting will usually let a weary traveler know they have found a room in which they can rest up. Architects may wish to utilize bedroom strategies if they are the type who love to explore and backtrack frequently. Having an excess of steps usually affords bedroom enthusiasts the mobility to be more carefree with their plans for the day. Honestly, makes the early game a lot easier, just having more steps. Average number of doors is 1 to 2. Extra items likely. See, that's the kind of thing that's good to know. Extra items likely. Snag a screenshot of that real quick. Synergies with sleeping mask, nursery, and servants' quarters. Yep, that makes sense. Although I did change the nursery, so that's not true of my playthrough anymore at this point. But yes, by default, there is a synergy between bedrooms and the nursery. But yeah, new piece of information here. Extra items are likely in bedrooms. Good to know. Green rooms are a wonderful way to bring the outdoors inside and provide a breath of fresh air for the home. The abundance of plant life, rich soil, and natural resources in these spaces makes them extremely appealing for architects who enjoy gardening and open spaces. These floor plans are extremely synergistic, which we have seen implied in the other architectural digests. And strategies centered around green will often involve drafting as many of this color as possible. The more green rooms you are able to draft in your house, the more powerful their effects will become. Additionally, these spaces are more likely than other types of rooms to contain piles of dirt for digging, which makes sense. Extra items often. Yeah, that seems to add up. The courtyard in particular seems to be a really good spot for that. Not good to know, just as a general rule of thumb, a rule of green thumb, dare I say. If the bedroom is the heart of the home, then the hallways are the arteries, serving as diverging paths that branch out to connect different parts of the house and lead visitors to their intended destination. While these orange corridors are often overlooked as one travels through them, they are a vital component of any house. The numerous doors found in each hall provide the means to add more rooms to your house, and the more hallways you have, the less likely you are to draft yourself into a dead end. Which, if you saw my first couple of sessions, my first couple of runs in that first session, boy, they were short. I'm talking, we didn't even reach double digits of rooms for the first couple of runs. Those ended real quick. Hallway strategies are ideal for the architect who prefers more rooms and flexible options for expansion over pure resources. Yeah, I do find myself kind of leaning into this. I do like having options for directions to travel. That does seem to be very helpful for me. So yeah, I still haven't seen the hall pass item, but I've seen it a couple times now in the digests. I imagine I have to reach a high enough grade of classroom or something to unlock that, or to find it rather. Shops are an essential part of any large estate, providing a convenient place for the staff and residents to purchase items without having to leave the property. Including at least one of these floor plans in your house will provide you with an outlet for any coins that are found during the day. Strategies that involve generating lots of gold will usually want to draft multiple shop rooms to expand the range of shopping opportunities. These floor plans are bordered with shades of gold, enhancing the sense of luxury and refinement in the shopping experience. Whether it's a quick snack or a high-end fashion item, having a well-placed shop within the estate can greatly enhance the quality of life for the entire household. And I think that's an illustration of the bookshop down there. Extra items, never for free. Unless you have a metal detector or something like that, which kind of confirms my suspicion that that the metal detector spawns things in extra locations that normally wouldn't have items in normal circumstances. Good to know. Negative space. Let's see, the red rooms. I do see a couple of notes here. I see they name a couple of the patron saints here. Red rooms are a daring addition to any home, providing a small element of danger that can excite and thrill both residents and visitors. Ah, yes, the most thrilling rooms, the bathroom, which is a red room, by the way. Yes, excitement, thrills. That's what I think of when I think of bathrooms. While these rooms come with a certain level of risk, yeah, bathrooms can be kind of risky. They also offer the potential for substantial returns as they provide as many doors as they do opportunities. Architects who are willing to take the plunge and draft a red room are often rewarded with a unique and striking space that leaves a lasting impression on those who enter. Just like in life, taking risks can be intimidating, but those who dare to venture outside their comfort zone can reap the greatest rewards. I mean, they're not wrong. There are some important elements to these red rooms, that's for sure. Associated resource vexation and synergies skilled players. Also tomato soup. And prismatic rooms. You may, on rare occasions, notice some floor plans. I don't think I took a picture of the red room page. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't forget these. Don't want to forget these. No.
Beautiful.
I mean, if I absolutely had to, I would probably be able to, just extract images from the archive. Would be a huge deal, but I'd rather get clean screenshots if I can. All right, prismatic rooms. You may, on rare occasions, notice some floor plans that have more than one color in their design. These rooms are unique in that they simultaneously share all of the characteristics of each type of room associated with those colors. For example, a floor plan with a violet and gold border would be best described as a bedroom shop, while an orange and green one might contain a corridor of greenery and plants. I have seen the corridor hallway hybrid is a potential upgrade from the upgrade discs, and I kind of do want that one, because having the benefit of the corridors effect where it's never locked, just having a free hallway that will never require a key to pass through, super nice. The aquarium is a very useful multicolored floor plan, as it supports all of the color-based strategies listed in this volume, because it's every color of room. For example, it can give you bonus steps for having a nursery, as well as being unlocked for having a foyer. Interesting. Because yeah, Maid's Chamber, we did finally come across this one recently. It is a red room, but also a bedroom. And then word from the editor. As we reach the end of this volume of Drafting Strategy, we hope you have found valuable insights and colorful inspiration for your next architectural project. From the purples of our dreams to the reds of our fears, we believe that no ambition for an architect is too brave, and no design is too colorful. To achieve our goals, we must delve deep into the spectrum, drawing upon all colors and ideas of daring merit. At the end of the day, color is just another tool. Some wield it to express their own creativity, some hoist it up as a display of their own power, some use it to calculate great sums, but all of us want to find a color we can call our own. Wow, that's just so poignant. Very insightful. It's so true. Happy Pride. Yeah, happy Pride, everybody. All colors. Everybody matters. Everybody deserves to be able to express themselves. Well, there you go. I suppose the only other thing left in this room for us to check out is potential new floor plans. Oh, this menu looks fancy. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. And just a reminder, permanent changes do not reset each day. Okay. So we can add the kennel, the solarium, or the vestibule. Interesting. Very interesting floor plans. The kennel, each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in that room. Huh. Good synergy with the root cellar and shovel, I suppose. Home to several of Sinclair's hunting companions. It can be assumed these friendly hounds have been anxious to meet their new master. Now, promise of doggos is tempting. Let's look at the other ones, though, before I make a rash decision. Let's see, solarium. A quaint floral sitting room, surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons, or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. I mean, I mainly would see the benefit for just being protected from bugs. Bugs are a real problem when it gets to summertime like this. I do like the effect of being able to increase the odds of unusual and rare rooms. That does seem like a very powerful effect. And for only one drafting cost, only one gem for the drafting cost, not too bad. Vestibule's kind of a quirky one. Whenever you enter vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock and the 4th one becomes locked. So it's like you could walk in the room and have the door has a 25% chance to lock behind you. Very interesting. I wonder if that would still be unlockable by a key. Interesting to consider. This one does seem like a very useful one because it's basically a passageway with some extra nuance. An ornately framed yet modestly sized hall. It had served as the original antechamber in the old days before eventually being removed from the estate for having doors that were prone to becoming stuck. Very interesting. I do think the solarium is the most beneficial for me right now, because I want to be able to get into the less common rooms more frequently so I can try and find the stuff I haven't seen yet. Because I imagine the rooms I haven't drafted yet, probably pretty much all of them are gonna be these higher rarity ones that just have not entered the drafting lineup more than maybe once in my entire playtime so far. So I feel like this is the most useful to me right now. Interesting effects on these though. I do think the vestibule's pretty tempting. I think the solarium is the way to go though. You have successfully added solarium permanently to your draft pool. Good stuff. If nothing else, we've gotten a lot of information from this day. And hey, if we wrap back around to the study, maybe we get something done there too. Because we could try some numbers based on what we've seen in this room. Now I have a magnifying glass. I'd have to backtrack quite a ways to go to the commissary to get one. So I'm just gonna kind of quietly hold on to hope that we find one somewhere along the way. But with that being said, I am going to take a quick little bio break here. So I see Twitch is getting ready to ramp up another ad anyway, so since I'm going to be on a bio break, we'll do a bit of a longer one, and hopefully that should make it not have any more come up as mid-rolls during the stream proper. So I will do that. I'll run some music here as well. Let me do that. Hop on some Blueprints menu music. Keep it thematic and all that. Here we go. So there's that for y'all. So you have something to listen to once the ads are done. So I'm going to go take a quick bio break, and I will be back in a little bit. Hello, hello. I think I'm gonna have to take a look at my ad settings once the stream is over, because I don't know if something changed about it since the last time that I streamed, but it seems really insistent on running something every hour. And it's like, usually I'm able to run something at the beginning, and I'm able to just run my own 3 minutes at the very top of the stream, and that completely eliminates mid-roll ads for the full 4-hour duration. I know 3 minutes per hour is what Twitch likes, but I don't know, something's changed. Something seems to have changed about the way that my usual strategy works, so I'm gonna have to take a look at that later. I don't want to harp on it too much on stream, because that is very much a me problem to try and go figure out. Oh, look, the lavatory. Corridor's kind of risky here, actually, because then that just drives me straight to the corner. I'm curious to see what this floor plan is, but I only have 2 more gems. And it turns out not having gems is suddenly a problem. Yeah. Oh gosh, what do I want to do here? I mean, I don't want to use up the last of my gems and not have any options. I guess we could do corridor. We can just see what we end up with in the corner. Because I've got keys, so I can unlock stuff if I need it. Hey, conservatory. That's that place I wanted to go to, because now I can adjust the rarity of things. Oh, nice. An oversized turnip. Yeah, I'll just eat that straight raw from the ground. Seems good. Also, this room does have a rook in it. So I will make a note of that. I think that's a black rook. I can't tell for sure. The lighting's kind of funky on it. But I think it would be easier to tell if that was... Since it's not a white piece, it's probably a black piece. There's only really two options there. We'll keep that in mind. I also should probably figure out where to add notes for this, because it's not in the normal floor plan. It's under... Oh, we have studio editions. Oh, we have the full setup now. Cool. Nice, it's all filled up. Good deal. See, it's found floor plans. I don't think I have a section for that yet. Let's see, I'll make... I guess I'll make a new section for it then. For found floor plans. Why not? I think conservatory is really going to be the only one in here right now. But just so I can keep the notes organized here. Let's see, conservatory costs 1 gem to draft. Adjust rarity of floor plans. It says in your house, so I assume that's from, it pulls from something that's currently drafted when I draft the room. Let's read this description too. This Baroque arboretum showcases and preserves the rarest specimens of every type and variety. Oh yeah, I think we did read this when I got the room. Through selective propagation, the gardener here may influence which flora or flora, spelled with 2 O's to spell floor, will be considered commonplace during the next season. I do remember checking that out when we first found the floor plan. That does ring a bell. Let's see, is there anything else in here I should be keeping in mind? I can't take the clippers.
Oh.
Okay, I think, yeah, we're just here to permanently adjust the rarity and rates that determine how often certain floor plans are drawn. Rarity changes can be reset using the directory in this room. Today you may adjust the rarities of the above floor plans. Okay, the courtyard, the west wing hall, and the patio. Okay. Courtyard, do I want this to be... Do I want this to be more or less? Interesting the way they liken the rarities to the value of greenery. Commonplace are considered the weeds of the drafting pool. Standard are garden variety. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
With courtyard, I don't know. The fact that it's got multiple connectors might be nice to have it common, but I have so many things that are going to be common at that point. I don't really have good strategy for it. That's the thing, if I had a more dedicated, focused strategy, it would be easier for me to make a decision like this. but I guess I'll just leave that alone. West Wing Hall. That one I'm fine leaving. I'm fine making that one commonplace. Because it's nice to have the 3 doors. 3 doors and no drafting costs. I think the drafting cost alone is the only reason that I would leave Courtyard as standard right now. Patio, spread gems in each green room. Yeah, I wouldn't want that too early. Have I been to the patio? Let me look at my green rooms. Have I been to the patio? I haven't. I haven't been to the patio. Maybe I should. I'll leave it standard for now. If I had already been there, I might consider making it rare. Just so it shows up later. Because that's when its synergy would be the most beneficial, would be the most fruitful. But since I haven't been there yet, I want to leave it standard. I don't want to make it common. Because once I do go into the room, then common is just going to make it too frequent. So I think I'm just going to mostly leave this alone. West Wing Hall being common is nice, though. Certainly don't mind having a bit of hallway connection. So let me just write down specifically adjust rarity of 3 floor plans. That's pretty nice. It's a very useful tool. I just don't really have the proper knowledge and use case to really capitalize on it at this exact moment. Well, let's see where we go from here. Well, this is kind of risky. I don't know where I would want to go here. I think I'm just going to see what's in the archived floor plan. I don't know, though. Yeah, I should probably go with storeroom. That's a smarter choice. I need the gems. The 2 gems would be nice. It's already paying dividends that I made that upgrade specifically. Get more gems instead of anything else. Now we gotta backtrack to the archives. Gonna head in here. Oh, hello, tunnel. I mean, do I want to draft that? Just to see what's in here? Because I'm not going to be able to really make much use of it, but it's a new room. I think I want to see what's in the tunnel. We're gonna go in the secret tunnel through the mountain. Hey, got a key. Nice. Oh, some more coins. Well, heck yeah. Well, let me get some notes on this here. Yeah, turns out we got both of our found floor plans on this run. And not too far from each other either. Let's see. Always draw tunnel when drafting. So I assume we'd be able to extend the tunnel from two. Basically, you could just keep tunneling through as far as the blueprint would allow if you wanted to. Let me just I want to write down high chance of dig spots, question mark. Because it does seem like there's a bunch of dig spots right away. Which is nice. I mean, look at all these turnips I'm getting. I'm gonna be turnip rich. So, we know this is a tunnel. specifically because of the effect of tunnel. Wait. Wait a minute. There's four. Now there's 4 books. Wait. There were 2 books earlier. What makes this 4 books now? That's weird. Why does that change? I wonder. Is it just because I have 4 gems? Maybe that's what it is. So I guess I'd have to see if... I'll have to keep an eye on the gem count. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to get the vault. 40 coins is pretty tasty, but I don't really have much to use it on specifically around here. Nook won't know what hit him. I mean, this might be his vault right here. Certainly he's got to keep all his money somewhere. They're not bells, so I don't know. We could do kitchen and see what we get off of this. I am feeling a tad gambly right now. Might as well. Why not? What do we got here? If we just happened to get a greenhouse, that would have been incredible. Do I want to waste gems trying to get a greenhouse? How much does it cost to draft a greenhouse? I don't even have a broken lever. I just think it'd be funny. I don't know. I shouldn't worry about it too much. But how much does the greenhouse cost to draft? 1 gem. Okay. Because I imagine that's what I would need to do here, is basically get to here, draft from this direction, or have the dancer shrine blessing to rotate the greenhouse in the correct orientation, and just line it up with the antechamber. That's an idea. I don't really have the gems to supply it though. I guess I could do the pool. Cause I don't know what's in here. I don't know what's in the archive. I don't know what's in there. And I do not want to lose 24 steps. There's no way I'm losing 24 steps.
Oh, I have a sensor.
So the pool it shall be. Let's see, is there anything? Where would I want to go here? I could try and see if I can get to these upper 3 corner pieces. We do have a lot of keys to work with. Great Hall's kinda risky. But I could at least go straight through to the other side. And then that would line me up for at least one of the 3. But then I'm relying on getting a bunch of left turn corners. Unless I risk going for one of these 3 doors being the right one that takes me north. I think Great Hall is the safest option here, and we can at least go across to the opposite side and draft something. Hello? Oh no. Oh no. One of these areas has a little metal detector stuff going on. Seems like it's in one of these 2 doors. Right here, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know if it's a coin or a key. I can't guarantee what the metal is that it's detecting. So I'm going to leave that alone for now. We're going to draft something straight across. Attic might not be too shabby if I had more gems for it. I guess we're going with the archive. Because whatever it is, at least it has a chance of having an extra door to the north. As much as extra steps might be nice, we do also have the kitchen a few rooms back. We can buy steps that way. Let's see. Let's take a little spin of the wheel, shall we? Pantry. It's going the exact opposite direction, but at least it's not a dead end. It's something. Do I want to follow that down, though? Got a lot of different ways I could go here. Getting a little bit of choice paralysis setting in here. I can feel it. Only 2 keys is kind of risky as well. Let's grab this. Grab the apple. Yeah, of course this is locked. Do I want to unlock it is the question. I could backtrack to the archives and try and go a little bit less aggressive. Because I don't want to gamble with the... I don't want to gamble with these doors because 66% chance that I get a door that I can go through. But does that mean I still have to potentially spend a key just to get the door to the next room? I haven't been through the Great Hall enough to know. I think I'm looking at this one. My initial suspicion here, if I bring back up the artwork letters, yeah, I think based on where we are on the map, this would definitely be plant and plan. That would be our word combo here. So let's see, this is 5-8. I'm pretty sure. And I feel like it's got to be plant plan, which would make it a T. And that would make sense with the letters we have here. That would finish out the rank 8 line word being count. So it just leaves those upper 2 that I'm just heinously curious about. I just really want to know what those upper 2 letters are now. I don't know how important it will be to the overall message, but we're so close. You just don't have enough keys to really justify it. I feel like it would be for the best if I just kept going. Gosh, I might backtrack to the archives just to get further away from, just to get out of the higher density of locked doors a little bit. It's only a couple ranks, but that might make enough of a difference with my 2 remaining keys and 2 remaining gems. Because that's the other thing, is my gem count. I think I'm gonna backtrack. Is this door locked? It is not. And it's a locksmith we could potentially get. I wonder. Wait. But the utility closet, wait. But the utility closet, I can just shut off the key cards. I could shut off all the key card doors. That would at least let us go south in the foundation. I think I might do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Utility closet, I'm gonna keep that standard. I don't need it to be any more... I don't need it to be any more common than it is right now. Keycard entry system, shut that off. I did solve the VAC indicator puzzle. That's why we have the gemstone cavern to begin with. Okay, now I have even more reason to backtrack. So let's go back to the archives. 5 + 5 for every red room in the house. He's +10. I think I'm gonna do club sandwich right now. Coupon book kicking in though. I save a coin. Kinda nice. Just to give myself a little bit more leeway for all this backtracking. See what we can do from here. Yeah, door's locked, not a surprise. There's the solarium, but unusual and rare rooms are going to require gems, and I don't have gems. Laundry room. Wait a minute. I can turn my coins into keys, right? Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. My brain's cooking. My brain's cooking something up here. Hold on. Where are you, laundry room? It costs 10 coins to swap keys and coins, so I would end up with, what, 9 keys? Honestly, I might do that. That might actually be good, because we are running into a lot of locked doors. And I know we can go south from the foundation, so we have another door we can go through pretty close by. Hello, laundry room. Okay, swap keys and coins. Look at all those keys. Awesome. Beautiful. I'm basically broke, but now I can get into a lot of places.
Yeah.
We can actually connect the boiler room to this too. I wonder if the laundry room has any boiler room synergy. It's got a vent leading to that one spot. Let me just send the power that way. Is that something I can do something? Oh, specialty services, you say? Hold on a moment. I've got some more notes to deal with here. Hold on.
It's good.
Powering the laundry room via boiler room provides specialty services, of which there are. Let's see, shoe shine is 5 coins. So this is interesting. Exchanges all your steps with all your gems. Huh. Converts all steps into gems. And vice versa. You could get a whole bunch of gems with that. That's pretty wild. And honestly, with nurse station, wait a minute, there are some crazy synergies. Hold on. The nurse station, when you enter it, and I think you need to be below 10 steps or something, it sets you to 20 steps. So in theory, you could have super good. Super good. You gotta have yourself a backup strategy. Like if you are pretty low on gems, but you're high on steps, you can at least kind of back up the number of steps you have with something like the nurse station if it's close by. That's pretty strong. Worth keeping in mind. So let's see, we have star treatment. These are all 5 coins. What does star treatment? That's probably something with constellations, right? Exchanges all of your remaining stars with your allowance permanently. What? Oh, that's crazy good. Hello? Wow, that's actually super nice. Dude, that's way better than relying on laboratory experiments just happening to have the allowance increase effect. You do have to have a boiler room hooked up to the laundry room and 5 coins to do it, but hey, not too shabby of an effect. So yeah, just... It says remaining stars. Is there something else that can take away stars? Let's see, it converts all remaining stars into allowance. And vice versa. Permanently. Very cool effect. And then there is die cleaning. I wonder what the dice would be exchanged for. Exchange all dice with keys. Okay. Converts all dice into keys. Okay. Good to know. I certainly can't afford any of these services, but that star treatment one seems really, 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 really nice. I cannot understate how nice that seems. Because all you really need to do to get more stars is just draft more observatories, and I feel like I do that pretty frequently. Like that comes up in the drafting pool fairly often. And it only costs 1 gem to draft, so it's pretty easy to just do that. The real trick is getting the boiler room and the laundry room connected to each other. Just getting that to happen is more of a question mark than getting more stars. Because imagine if I had a 19 allowance right now. Like that's over double my current allowance. It's crazy. Interesting stuff. Okay, so we're gonna go foundation next.
Oh.
Because now the power's off for these. Oh, what? Did I not turn that off? Did I not turn that off in the security room? Am I silly? Do I need to backtrack further for that? I might need to do that. Because I have a security room. I may have just overlooked that. I thought I turned it off. Thankfully, it's only a few rooms away. Not a huge deal. Did I not turn these off? Weird, I didn't change the offline mode. Okay, I changed its frequency, but not Not the security level. Well, I suppose since I have it turned off now, I might as well turn it to high because, well, we're in a good position for it now. Now we should be good to go. Very silly of me to have forgotten to do that. Usually I'm pretty good about that. Now we should be able to use this, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. I think it's Rumpus Room time again. We're gonna be running out of gems. But you know, I never pass up a good opportunity to visit my old friend Alzara. Grab some coins while we're here. That's nice and all. Anything else I'm missing here? All right, Elzara, let me find the Rumpus Room section. Because I'll need to take notes on what you tell me. Yeah, we've done 3 fortunes so far. All right, Elzara. Lay it on me. And also, flashing warning. Because it does that.
As it was foretold,
I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. Alright, Elzara.
yourself face to face with the great Alzara,
Lay it on me, buddy.
and
I'm ready.
suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest.
Okay.
The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard. I see an old man sitting in an even older chair. A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
Okay.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Interesting. Lots of importance on that chair. Okay. Understood. So let me kind of parse through that a little bit. So children running in the forest, I'm not entirely clear on that one. They do mention the courtyard, which is a room. The only thing I can think of is we still haven't seen the secret garden. I've gotten the key a couple times, but never had the chance to use it properly. So maybe there's something there, question mark? But that seat, when they were talking about the old man sitting in an old seat, that was the drawing room. And that portrait at the end, there's some imagery there. There was, well, the person sitting in the drawing room. Then there's the portrait of Herbert Sinclair, the same one you can see in the drawing room right now. Then it looked like the library with like an upward angle shot from the first floor. Don't know if that's significant or more symbolic. Then they had the endings part of it was showing one of the coffins in the tomb. I guess, would you call it a coffin? I don't know. But then him saying all in the same chair, that specific portrait, I assume was Lady Epson. Is her name Clara Epson? Trying to remember. Yeah, Lady Epson, that portrait is specifically in the attic. That was the attic portrait. The size and location of it looked like that. So, interesting. Maybe I'll have to take a closer look at that chair in the drawing room the next time we are in that direction. Where do I want to go from here? At this point, I don't have any more gems, but I have a bunch of keys and a bunch of locked doors. So I think at this point, we head back north and I feel like I want to maybe go south from the pantry first. I don't want to go north from the Great Hall too early, because I want to try and see if I happen across any more gems so that I have more options when I do draft for that room. If I can get those last two rooms at the same time, that would be super, super awesome. No real guarantees though. I think I might grab the tomato soup here. Just for some more extra steps.
Yeah.
Because we are burning through quite a few of those. Let's see what this is. Let's see what's back here. Oh. Huh? Huh? Excuse me? That's going in the notes. Where are you at, Great Hall? Hold on. Scroll down, darn you. I have notes I need to take. Well, that makes a difference. Wow, okay. Network connectivity. Who needs that? I think I dropped some frames there. Weird. Okay. This. Oh. Wait a minute. That means so much different than I thought it did. I'm gonna have to see if that's permanent. Oh, I think my heart just stopped. I think my heart just stopped. What is happening? Hold on. I have to write down how the levers work because they work differently than I thought they did. Okay. Wow. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, I really want to make sure I have gems now. If I have an option to get into the antechamber, I want to take it. 100%. I didn't detect any other metal in here, did I? Alright, we're going south from the pantry. I've got to find some gems. Give me some gems. I need some gems. Hey, you know, dining room is pretty good right now. We have that.
Oh.
Dinner is served indeed. Oh, awesome, another key. Could use some gems though. Oh, look, another key. Could use some gems though. What is this meal? Country stew pie. Ooh, 20 plus 10 if you have a boiler room. Oh, awesome. I'm gonna leave it alone for now. We'll come back to that, because I'm gonna need to come back this way regardless. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man. Hallway doors are always unlocked would be kind of interesting. I think I'm just gonna do East Wing Hall. I don't want to overcomplicate things with the archived rooms. Let's just keep going south. I guess I'm risking this one. Well, I did turn off the power for the gymnasium, so it shouldn't be active. Awesome. Good stuff. Keep going south. Guest bedroom's not terrible. That does kind of cut me off from going further south, but that's not awful. It has a chance of having some gems in it. Or, you know, a magnifying glass works too. Huh, interesting. The magnifying glass does count for the metal detector. Okay. How far away is the drafting studio? I might... Oh, I'm tempted to go back there with the magnifying glass and see if I can examine the safe more closely. That safe model. Oh, how tempted I am. Let's see what we can draft off of here. 2 items. I want to save the hallway closet. I don't know. Do I want to save the hallway closet? Because I get the pump room, but there's no way. I wish I could look around the room because I can't remember if the gymnasium has vents or not. I don't know if we've got vents leading all the way over here. From the boiler room. Nah, the tunnel wouldn't have connections. The tunnel wouldn't connect it. Maybe I just get the 2 items and not risk whatever might happen with the hallway. Draft the pump room. I want to make that more frequent. For sure. I don't see any immediate items. Another keycard door. But I want to draft off of the East Wing Hall in case we get a hallway closet again. No. I guess we'll just see what's in here. Ah, you know, Chamber of Mirrors. We can open some stuff here. We can go back to the pump room. Enter from that side. Oh, hold on. Something over here? Or is that in the chamber? That might be in the mirror chamber. Yeah, seems like it's in the Chamber of Mirrors. That's fine. Okay, so that opens up over there. Could probably get something from that. Well, maybe there is something in here. I don't know, I'm getting mixed signals from this thing. I think it's just the way it flickers when I walk between rooms. But I think it is in the chamber. I think it's gotta be in there, right? I mean, I guess I get another key. Can't do anything with that right now. You draft something off the dining room. What do we have for options here? Well, I could gamble with the archive floor plan and hope it connects. Or it can just call it a bust with a corridor. I think I'm going to see what the archived one is. Oh, bedroom actually ideal. Super good, actually. Because now we can be in here. Grab yet another key. Certainly we're not hurting for keys anymore. So that opens over there. Okay. This one opens up. Ooh, nice. Got some interconnectivity now. Another key. I think we can afford to just open the Great Hall completely. At this point, there's really not much else to use keys for. And I don't think there's anything else that I can do. Unless I go back to the pump room, there's another key over there. Do I really need to go get that key though? I didn't see any. Well, I'm curious what the central button does. I don't think I've ever done that before. I kind of want to see what happens if I'm able to press every button in this room, because I've never had this good of an opportunity to do that. I'll grab that. That opens up here. Yeah, okay, so you do need to be able to access it from all four sides to really 100% open everything. Good to know, though. I think I will make a quick note of that in my mirror room notes. Where is that? Mirror. Chamber of Mirrors. Let's see. Accessing this room from multiple angles is important. Ideally from all four sides. Just to make a note of that. Okay. Let me walk back through here. I also noticed the backs of these chairs look awfully similar to the same. There is like a sigil in the Blackbridge Grotto that matches this sort of layout. A sort of overlapping 3 circles of different sizes. Very familiar. So I think now we just have some dinner. Gonna have that dinner. And then Great Hall, I suppose. We don't have any gems, so this is gonna be a little bit. There's a little bit of a toss-up. We'll see what we get. Not gonna hold my breath. Let's open up this door. This one's got nothing. That would mean this is our access door. Cool, okay. Might as well open the other 3 doors just because I have so many keys, it doesn't even matter. And if there's any chance any of this has a gem in it, that would be super cool. Ooh, upgrade disc, you know, that works too. Not too shabby. I'm not going to complain about that, that's for sure. All right. What do we get? What do we get as our drafting options? here we go. No sense putting it off. Another gymnasium. Perfect. Actually, just straight up perfect. Chamber of Mirrors coming in clutch. Okay. What can we draft off of here? I don't... Do I want to freeze my accounts? I don't know if I trust whatever's in the archive, and I'm not using my 4 coins at this point. There's no reason for me to, so I think I'm just gonna toss in a freezer. I can't acquire anything from it, but that's fine. Oh yeah, the gym doesn't have any vents either. All right. This is the first time I'm entering the antechamber. Hello. To continue up, you must go down. That's the basement key. Well, we have the foundation. And there's the door. The door with the rogue moon. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. I gotta take some notes. Try not to freak out too much. Okay. Hold on. I need to go all the way down to antechamber. Upon entry, a pedestal rises up from the center of the room. Containing the basement key and a note. Let me write this down specifically. To continue up, you must go down. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Okay. I am snoozing the heck out of these ads. They are persistent. Okay. I should write down that this door has the moon on it. Let's see. Northern door has the moon. The moon with a whole symbol on it. Okay. Notes taken. All right. We're going back to the foundation. Here we go. So we go to the kitchen and go straight down until we hit the passageway.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Pardon any language you might hear in the background. Minecraft servers have a way of eliciting strong emotions in people. All right. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Makes me wonder what key is in the freezer then, if it's not the basement key, because I thought it looked like the basement key. But I can't imagine that there's multiple of the basement key, is there? Special keys, basement key, here we be. Fiddle-dee-dee. Oh, okay, okay. I'm here. I'm just gonna take in my surroundings. Try to be Oh. Yeah, okay. Thank you, wizard. It's very good signposting. Clever game design. Okay. Push this forward. Would that block me from anything? Okay. Just trying to keep an eye out. Is anything here? I'm just trying to see if there's any passageways or details I might be missing. Let's pull this back enough to move it out of the way of this passage. I remember seeing something on the map. There's this green that seems to link over this side. I do remember seeing on the catacombs map, I've seen 2 of what I assume are 3 segments of it. What's the deal with this one? Raise or lower? What? What do you mean raise or lower? What? Hello? What do you mean raise or lower? Huh. Interesting. Let me leave that there for the moment. I'm gonna have to walk on top of the boxes too, huh? Fascinating. Yeah, see, you can come up here. I'm gonna need to push that one over here. Oh, wow. And to get over there, I'm gonna need to pull that one. Oh, man. This is wild. Hello? Okay, so we want to leave this like that, but we're gonna need another one. You need to come over here. Whoa. This is wild. Hello? Okay. I'm just gonna push this over real quick. No big deal. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna need to push this out and then pull it back in because I can't get through otherwise. Hold on. I understand. Oh, that pulled me in real close. Giving those crates a big old hug. Oh man. Okay. Twitch wants to run another ad. I'm just gonna run a super short one. It'll give me a chance to get some water and catch my breath, and we will continue this as soon as the ad's done. Oh, Twitch. Why you being silly today? At least I can get some water here. Yeah, that's weird. See, like running that 30 seconds bought me the same amount of time as running something longer during that bio break I took. So something's up with the settings. Something changed. and I didn't change it, so I'm gonna have to go take a look at that when I'm done. But alright, let's keep going. Don't want to delay too much. We are in the throes of puzzle solving territory here. Okay, I cannot walk that way. It will not physically let me. So let's just push this over. I'm glad this one works at a slight angle. We raise this up. Raise it up, please. Thank you. And then we just go back across. Yeah, I'm gonna need... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hold on. Let me move this a little bit just to kind of give myself some more space for this. This is some crazy puzzle here. Like, it's not difficult per se. It is basically order of operations, just sliding puzzle kind of stuff. But it's such an interesting change of pace from what has come up before. Hold on. This is another one of these situations. Let me see. I wonder if those are going to be close enough. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out soon enough. If it's close enough or not, I might need to adjust it slightly. Let's raise it up. Yeah, I'm gonna need to bring this one back a tiny bit, I think. Well, actually, I think if I move this one a little bit more forward, it overlaps. There. Yeah, okay. Let's give that a try. Oh man. It's been a little bit since we've had something with this much intensity to it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Antechamber entry controls. Oh, hello. Velvet interessant. Hello. Oh, nice. It's got small text, but I've got the magnifying glass. This run is legendary right now. This is incredible. Okay, where is my catacombs notes? Where is this? Where do I have those set up? I have a distinct separate area for the catacombs right here. Okay. Well, I wonder, yeah, this is part of the catacombs, but I should maybe put this with foundation because we're in the basement. They're both the same area technically, but I think this makes more sense logically to line up with the foundation notes. Okay, let me put notes here. Basement contents. I'm just going to make this its own bespoke section here. Secret table containing antechamber entry controls. And I'm going to say see reference image for more details. And I'm absolutely 100% going to take a screenshot of this. Yes, please and thank you. Let's take a look at this tiny text, shall we? So north lever is underground north of reservoir. Oh my goodness. I know what that means then. We're gonna need the boiler room and the pump room to drain the reservoir so we can get across to the other side. West lever is in the secret garden. Okay, good to know. Haven't been there, but I've seen the south lever in the greenhouse. And we just encountered the east lever. One backup lever for each antechamber door has been installed in separate locations for redundancy. However, we have been told that the locations of this reserved system will not be disclosed to the staff. Interesting. So each one has a backup lever. So north lever that's north of the reservoir is not the only one. There's another one somewhere. Interesting. 100 bells. Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. I wonder what that means for me. I might keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, though. Let's see, and let's see, business card for 100 bells. I assume this is the 100 bells cafe from the Reddington guidebook, I think, had mentioned the 100 bells. Isn't that like the upscale cafe that's next to the lakeside area? I seem to remember that being a thing. Let's see, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m.
18
written on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
60.
Okay. Notes taken. Notes taken. Let's keep looking around. We have some boxes to climb here. Okay, what does this do? Yeah, here's that secret entrance I saw on the map. Okay, I see you. I do want to look at the rest of this underground area, though, before I go wandering off. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything while I do have the opportunity to be down here. Let's see, anything else? There is this very suspicious patch of wall. If I consult my map, let's see, catacombs map on the eastern fragment. What would that location be? That leads toward the fountain entrance. Oh, the fountain is like a separate location under here. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So this would lead to the fountain entrance. There's like a minecart rail on the other side of this. Interesting. I'm gonna need to add that as an image on my stream sources. Because I've pieced together the first 2 fragments that I found. I guess we could just push you forward and that's fine. We can just pass through. Oh boy. This is the part of the map I don't have access to. Oh, we're on the other side of the reservoir. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Here's that roundabout room again. Oh, hello. Yeah, this minecart that I pulled back. And then this goes to a different part of that same round room. Oh, wow. It's like there's definitely something important to see down there. Because there was something on the fragment of map that I have. Let me see. Angel, like, it's kind of cut off text, but it says Gel Points Dreams. So I'm assuming this is Angel. And there's that Reaper statue, the like Grim Reaper statue in the catacombs access way from the tomb, and it points to that rock in the reservoir.
And stuff like.
So we're gonna need to drain that at some point. But what is this? What is this? Rotate. Okay. See, that seems important. Let's see what I can find in the rotate. Actually, hold on. I need to be taking notes. I need to be taking notes on this. Okay, let's see. Secret passage behind. Behind bookshelf leads to north side of the reservoir. And rotating room. Okay, okay. So let's see what we can find in here. Because that seems important. There's like a lantern and possibly another blueprint there? Maybe? What does this do? Oh. Holy multifaceted puzzle. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't consider that those are also platforms up there. I don't know if there's a reason for that. Gosh, I wonder if this is the kind of puzzle that you have to do multiple runs to make it through. Let's see here. I want to line up this so I can check that other side. I just want to start with the easy to access stuff first. Don't want to get too complex here. This would also... Oh, this also offers rotation. Okay. 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 Does it line up the way I think it does? I think it does. Ooh. I'll come back for you guys later. I'm going in the crazy secret tunnel. Oh man. Oh, this is wild. Where could I access from here specifically? If we're in this room. Oh, dude, this is wild. Hold on. Is there anything important over here? Huh? Huh? Hello? The underpass? Oh, we're back in Reservoir. Huh. Okay, there's another foreman's log here. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of that. Oh boy. All right. Foreman's log 608. Dated May 3rd, 1918. After almost 3 years in the tunnels, S&R has informed me that we will be closing up the site in June. It has been a somewhat bittersweet experience working on such a historically significant excavation over the past 30-odd months. yet being unable to share any of that work with the world. Maybe one day. Still, there is a significant amount of work that has yet to be done, and it is vitally important that we conclude our efforts in the main cavern and reinforce the structural integrity of the site before we seal the tunnels next month. It may be many generations before they are reopened. Indeed it would be. If that's 1918, it certainly has been quite a long time. What does this do? Oh, whoa. Well, that's handy. Okay. Let me think about this. I would need to be able to... I'm thinking. My brain's cranking through some options here. Hold on. My brain's trying to make sense of this and piece it together. Okay. If I raise that up.
Right.
Hold on. Hold on. I've got an idea. We go from here. I just got to remember which levers go to which places. So this raises it up. That allows me access to this platform. That can then be rotated.
Oh, nice.
In such a way that I can get here. And then I can go through this room.
Oh, that's way good. I don't know why I was thinking.
Go back around again to the rotating aspect. And then we just keep rotating it until we can access that little lantern spot. Oh-ho-ho. Oh-ho-ho-ho.
Right.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see what we've got going on over here, shall we? It's the full underground map. And it says to north lever. That makes so much more sense now. Oh my goodness. That tunnel goes to the north left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I don't need my pieced together map anymore, I don't think. 'Cause now we got the full thing right here. And then don't worry about it. There's just a buried floor plan. It's fine. Question is, where is 10? Where is 10 on the map? Where is 10 on the map? Wait a minute. We're going back to the basement. We're going back to the basement right now. We're going back to the basement right now. I have some unfinished business in this basement. It would seem there is something of import. Around here. Lost and found. 2 rare items. Whenever you enter this room, you will lose 1 random inventory item. Well, absolutely, I'm adding it to the drafting pool because of course I am. Wow, this is the absolute most blessed run I've ever had of this game. What is this? Part 7? We've done 7 of these sessions. Oh boy. And we have this floor plan too. The mechanarium has 1 door for each mechanical room in your house. So you can get up to 4. That's really cool. Dude, these floor plans are insane. Hold on.
Do anything.
Let me write down some more notes here. So let me write down. Let's see. Buried floor plan toward left side of empty area near pillar with 3 scattered papers.
Surrounded by water. Is that what this is?
Okay, got that. It's lost and found. Okay, got that written down. Rotating room. The rotating room, it has a name. I can just look at the screenshot real quick. Rotating gear. Let's see, so rotating gear room leads to, let's see, there's a small side room linking back toward minecart. Oh my gosh, my brain just auto-filled Minecraft. I'm cooked. It's over for me. Toward minecart track adjacent to tomb entrance. I see several rotation / elevation levers and a complete catacombs map next to a new floor plan, and that's the mechanarium. Holy cow. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. The obvious important silver tunnel leads to
Chance all these are
north lever, question mark. Here we go. I guess that's our next stop on this wild journey we've got going on.
Oh,
So let's see. We need to reconnect this
yeah.
here so that we can lower it. We can rotate it back into place so we can lower the platform so that we can then rotate the way we need to.
Okay.
Although technically speaking, I could leave it at this orientation. I can make this easier to access in the future by just doing this actually,
Oh my god, girl.
and just let it do that. Just leave it like that, and that would lead us directly back. All right. Now that we're done with this room, now let's go to the underpass and beyond. Okay. So what does this door need? Oh. That door just keeps going? Let me take a look over here real quick. The red box. It makes sense now. This is where we need to. This is where we need it. Okay. Okay.
What?
Write it down. Write it down. Where do we go? Okay.
Oh, maybe.
Right. Underpass tunnel leads to north. Let me get another piece of notes here. Let's see. Underpass offshoot has a red door that requires, well, I should say,
Spoons.
likely requires power to the red box in the boiler room. I was just saying today, like, what does that do? And now we have a pretty good clue. Okay. Nice cave in. Nice view. It's a little foggy down here. That's still a nice little mountain range nonetheless. Okay, so I'm gonna have to come back to that. At least now we have stronger access to all of this. Hopefully this rotating room stays the way it does right now. That way I could come back here from the tomb anytime. Because all I have to do is push that minecart forward and I have access to this spot. And now let's keep going down the tunnel. See what else there is to see.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Oh boy. What is up with this room? What is up with this room? What do I do here? Okay, hold on. I need to take this in. There's 8 doors, 8 letters. The 8 red letters. This can't be a coincidence, right? Oh, okay. Let's see. North lever room has 8 doors linked to 8 red letters, question mark? Oh boy, okay. Well, before doing anything else, I suppose we should see what happens when we pull the lever wrong. Oh, they made that door open real slow.
Yeah.
So that's gotta be locked with a special key, right? There's no way it's just get back to the door. They wouldn't make it that easy. I gotta try at least one of these doors. No? No, I can't open that one. They're not interactable. No. They're completely uninteractable. Okay, well, I guess we go back and see what happens. It's gonna be such an absolute tease if I need some sort of special key for the antechamber exit door that I don't have yet. This music makes me pretty darn hopeful, but I'm not gonna assume that we're done. I'm not saying it's over until it says it's over. Ooh, okay. So we go back. We go back to the antechamber. Thank goodness I invested in plenty of extra steps for this. I really could not have planned this out any better. This is cascading luck. Okay. We just go in the passageway to the right, hit the kitchen, keep going to the Great Hall. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's go for it. Let's see what happens. If it ends up being locked, at least we'll have new information. Regardless of what happens at this next door, we have made a lot of progress today. We've gained a lot of knowledge. And I have had a heck of an experience. Fade out of the music. Well, let's see what happens. There's no way. There's no way.
There was once a red prince who sat on a red throne.
I'm gonna cry.
He had a red crown made of rubies
You're going to make me cry.
and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said.
This is gonna break my heart into
He could not
5
stand the sight
bajillion pieces.
of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow.
So what changed?
And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue.
Oh, this music is so good.
He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves. And he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. He couldn't see beyond the red shade, he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. But one day the prince saw something new. And if you look closely, you might see it too. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue.
Oh my god, I've got so many chills. That is incredible. And there's still so much. There's still so much that hasn't been solved yet. Like, yeah, congrats on beating the tutorial. Sure, sounds about right. That's wild. Like, yeah, there's so much more to see. I'm amazed that the door wasn't locked. I thought they might have had just a little extra something. Wait, hold on. The person who voiced Marion Marigold was Annie Warburton. Think there's any relation? I mean, I just was making a throwaway joke when I said pull the lever, Kronk. That would be really funny if there was relation. Wow.
Yeah, we went from Kronk to
Boy, that run really just went about as well as it possibly could have to make that happen. And it's like, I guess partially due to my planning, but I see you put Cinca in the credits. Interesting, interesting.
much.
Very interesting stuff you got there. Getting a little bit more meta narrative stuff, I see.
Yes.
Wow. Just well done.
I see it.
This game is incredible. There's just so many layers to it. How on earth they've managed to do all of that and to get it all to work together as well as it does. And we almost filled up the entire house plan too. Like, I know there's an achievement or something for that, but wow. New rooms, 4. 131 steps. Yeah, when I started this game, I don't think I could have ever fathomed getting that much ground covered in a single run like that. Wow. Well, gosh, I guess I should see what happens next, huh? I imagine that was probably all the pomp and circumstance. The next day. Wow. Just the next day, huh? Not even making mention of how many days. So 33 in-game days. I don't know how that compares on average, but I was prepared for any amount of time. Open only in the event of inheritance. Dear Baron, welcome to Mount Holly, your home. I still remember the first time I was addressed by my title. I was quite a bit older than you, but it still felt strange, especially after a lifetime of hearing my father addressed daily by that same title. But life is a journey of growth. Growing up, growing older, growing wiser, and in our case, growing into the Baron of Reddington. The Baron doesn't have to be a daunting figure. He could be quiet and unassuming, or loud, brash, and boisterous. He could be deceptive or trustworthy, humble or boastful, or any measure of other things, but always clever. When I inherited Mount Holly, I never had to prove myself. They just gave me the keys and left it at that. It felt too easy, too trivial, and very undeserved. Experience comes with time, but without validation, I spent the better part of my youth questioning myself. And as I grew older, that lack of conviction and aimlessness amplified. I never really had any goals or objectives to strive toward. I never had any dreams to realize.
Oh my god.
I never set my sights on something beyond the horizon. I never had a room 46 to reach. And now that you have reached your goal and are basking in your well-deserved glory, shiny trophy in hand and showered with accolades and titles? Will you be content to stop there? Or will you look to the horizon and wonder what dreams lie ahead? Owen Navari, Herbert S. Sinclair. Now that's important. I have some sort of note that I found in the tomb that seems to have been has gone through a bit of a cipher. And I think that's the clue right there. That's supposed to tell me how to at least begin solving it. Wow. Well, I have the inheritance trophy. In recognition of completing your bequest. Trophies earned will be permanently added to the trophy room, which I have never been to. What a ride. What a ride this has been. I suppose. Okay, here's a quick question. This I wouldn't consider a spoiler. If I do save and quit, does that just completely call it a day and you start on the next day when you come back, or does it act like a quick save where I just come back to where I am right now? Unsure. Yeah, I've never used it either. I think the only times I've ever done the save and quit was at the end of a run. So since we really only have 4 coins to lose, as curious as I am about things like the Black Bridge Grotto, now that we have an admin key to try out, and all the other mysteries of this place, I feel like that's probably a good place to stop for the day, especially since it's been my usual 4 hours by now. Oh man, what a journey. We are definitely not done with this game, but I think now that I've seen Chamber 46 or Reach Room 46, I was not expecting to go straight from, oh, I can get into the antechamber to, oh, I can get into room 46. I just wasn't expecting it to happen so, I guess, all at once. After everything else that had really just been building up to trying to get to that point, it just really kind of, it really just carried the momentum beyond that. And yeah, I definitely acknowledge I got pretty lucky with how circumstances happened to line up there. Having as many steps as I did, happening to get the gymnasium off of the Great Hall, which in the first place I needed to have enough keys to feel comfortable unlocking those doors to find that. And having that lever be the one that specifically opens the only other accessible point I had at that juncture. There was definitely a lot of luck. It's a lot for me to take in, because I wasn't expecting to experience all of that all at once. But yeah, now that I've quote unquote begun the real game, I think at this point I am comfortable going through and avoiding new information, but maybe just trying to go for, like increasing my allowance, increasing the number of stars I have from the observatory, things like that. Just try to pump up the numbers to make the rest of the discoveries that we have yet to make a little bit more cushioned, I suppose. I feel like I can afford myself that much at least. I suppose in honor of this being our first journey to room 46, we can go through one by one. I can just display each day that we went through on our journey through to reach the antechamber and room 46. Yeah, kind of funny how we started off the stream with, hey, how deep are you into this game? And my response being, well, you know, I haven't gotten to the antechamber yet. I haven't been to room 46 yet. And this just happens to be the session where those two things are no longer true. I don't know if I should attribute that to streamer luck or what have you. But I'm definitely not done playing this game, that's for sure. I guess the question now is, do we continue with more of this from here right now? Like, do I keep this going as the long-term weekly game? Or do we switch out to something else for a little while? And then I come back to this game perhaps at a later point. 'Cause I don't know. That's the 33 days, the 33 layouts that it took for me to get to the antechamber and room 46 for the first time. Still plenty of unsolved mysteries. Still plenty of opportunities for this game to absolutely baffle and surprise me. So we'll see how that goes moving forward. Commit to the next 1,000 hours. I guess we'll see where things lie. Next week, I am gonna be doing the next Cloudercoo charity raid train. We've got one coming up next Saturday, June 13th, starting at 11 a.m. Central Time. Will be Pascal leading us off for the first 4 hours, I believe. And I will be taking on my usual end of the chain slot, going from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Time, and more likely than not beyond that. Since I'm the last one in the chain, I don't have to end exactly at the 2-hour mark. But we will be raising money for Apavo, which is an organization that trains hero rats and hero dogs to detect undetonated mines for safe disposal, and they can also detect diseases so that they can be treated more immediately. And I believe if I real quick go into my commands, because I don't have the charity ones on yet because they're for next week, but I do have this in case y'all want to take a look at the charity we're going to be raising money for a little bit ahead of time. You can head to their website, get a little bit more info on how they do what they do. So that'll be what I'm up to next week. So we will not be continuing blueprints next week regardless, but we'll see where things lie after that point. Remember, the rule is you have to stream until the next Cloudercoo event. I mean, if you consider my weekly streams as streaming until the next Cloudercoo event, then sure. but I don't think my computer would be very happy with me running a 24/7 live stream for that many months on end. I don't think that would work out for it. Oh boy, this has been quite a session. And I'm glad y'all were here to join me on the journey. We'll definitely be playing more of this game, whether we do it more immediately than not. I think there's enough things I want to check out. Blackbridge Grotto. We've got that red door that I understand the purpose of the red box now. There's enough things compelling me to come back. We'll probably jump back into it on my next normal stream. But ultimately, I'll wait and see how I'm feeling after the charity stream, just because I'm going to be coming back from a family trip immediately before doing that. So we'll see how I'm feeling that week after. But that will be it for me for today. So let's see who we've got on right now. Do I have... Who's online right now? So I'm trying to get a little better about... I do have now a consistent raid out target that I go to. But real quick, let me see if I can find... I'm not logged into Twitch on this browser, despite, having my dashboard open and all that, Who needs consistency, right? I just want to see who is live right now, see if there's anything going on. I think I'm going to go with my usual. We're going to head over to Care for Kittens, because hanging out with kittens is always a good time. And I'm definitely not biased. Definitely not at all biased. And it looks like there's at least a little bit of movement, but let's go drop in and see how they're doing. So let's pop on over there. I don't have a specific raid message or anything that I usually put in. I just like to drop in real casual, like just a nice little landing spot. Because I normally, for the longest time, I didn't raid out because I didn't really have anybody live after me that I was like, yeah, I want to raid out to this person. I just haven't curated a list of ideally family-friendly, equally PG streamers. So Care for Kittens is a pretty good option, I'd say. I like hanging out there. It's a nice little palate cleanser, regardless of where you happen to be at the time. So that will be all from me for today. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. And just know that somebody cares about you because I care about you. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.